Okay. Oh, I get it. All right. Technology. We're on the record of docket 2501-259. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Alex W. Shelf. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Up.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. S'mores.
Good morning, Your Honor. Peter S'mores here with the defendant, Alex Shelf, who is present and standing to my right.
And sir, you are Alex Shelf, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial on the matter. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, the necessary witnesses for the people's case have failed to appear. They were subpoenaed for today's date, and we have not had any successful contact with them. So we have left multiple voicemails asking for their contact. At this time, we do expect a motion from the defense.
Mr. S'mores.
At this time, Your Honor, we make a motion to dismiss.
All right. Based on the defendant's motion to dismiss, I will grant the motion and have the nollie pros printed out. So I'm in possession of the nollie pros on 2501-259. That is based on defendant's motion. The case is dismissed without prejudice, which means that people could reissue again if they choose to. It's really kind of a default. But for our purposes today, the case is dismissed based on the prosecutor's representations and the complaining victims failed to appear, although they were subpoenaed. I will sign the documentation for the nollie pros. There's no GPS. There is a no contact order. I'd give about 3 or 4 hours to let it purge from the system just in case. And you can get a copy of the order of dismissal for your records. All right.
Thank you.
Anything else for the record in 2501-259? Mrs. Up.
Not for the people.
Mr. S'mores.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. You're all set, Mr. Shelf. I'm going to find out who these people are. On the cell phone, would you please identify yourself?
This is Chris McLean.
Say your name again.
Chris McLean.
Okay, Christopher McLean, you're here for your 9 o'clock?
Yes, I'm trying to
Right.
do it on the laptop, but it's not
All right.
working.
All right, so stand by, you're in the right place. Are you also on the iPhone 3 or who? If you could identify, what's your name?
Armstrong?
Jason. All right, you're also here for your 9 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can unmute, you're in the right place, and we'll call your case in a few minutes.
All right.
Mrs. L, how we proceed?
Your Honor, I believe we are ready on the Janisha Davis case.
Janisha Davis. Ms. Davis, you can come up here. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2401-676. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Janisha Davis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Ms. Davis, who is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Janisha Davis, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. This is time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, the plea offer has been extended through the defense counsel to the defendant. At this time, we are offering for defendant to plead to an added count 2 of malicious destruction of property under $200 under MCL 750.377A1D, which is a 93-day misdemeanor and or $500 fine. There would also be a promise to pay restitution in the amount of $891.73 to Alyssa Halfman and a Killebrew agreement to no upfront jail.
Okay. And are you going to do a restitution sheet on the matter?
I am, Your Honor. I'm working on that now.
That is a correct statement of the offer, Your Honor. I spoke with my client regarding the offer, and she has indicated she will be accepting the offer this time, Your Honor.
All right. So it'll be an added count 2 of the MDOP under $200 with a pink sheet for restitution. It's a 93 days and $500. There's a Killebrew agreement of no more upfront jail. And the count one would be dismissed upon proper plea and sentence. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Right. Mr. Harris, may I inquire of Ms. Davis of her misdemeanor advisory rights?
You may, Your Honor.
So, Ms. Davis, you understand you have the right to jury trial in this matter. You'll be pleading to the lesser misdemeanor in this case. That'd be a count two of MDOP under $200. And you have the following rights. I'm going to walk you through those rights. All right, ma'am? You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by attorney James Harris. He would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Do you understand that, ma'am? You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than we put on the record. Or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the misdemeanor instead. Is it still your wish to plead guilty to the MDOP under $200? All right. My understanding is that restitution's been worked out, and the prosecutor is going to put in a pink sheet concerning restitution. That's, yeah, so that's $893 and $891.73 to the victim Alicia Halfman. And then there is an agreement. There's an agreement between the people and the and Mr. Harris that you receive no upfront jail. That's an agreement between the lawyers. If I was going to do something different from that, you'd have the ability to withdraw your plea. You understand that? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to take your attention back to April 18th, 2024. The city of Lansing. Were you in the city of Lansing on April 18th, 2024?
Yes.
And so concerning personal property of Alyssa Hoffman, what did you do in regards to that? It had something to do with the vehicle. Tell me what you did.
I broke the rearview mirrors. I poured my chicken in the soup in
Okay.
the air vent, and I threw a rock at the window and
All right.
cracked the windshield.
So you did some injury to her car?
Yes,
Okay. And it was not an accident. You did so on purpose.
I did.
Okay. Anything towards a factual basis of Ms. Zell?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harry, since we're not worried about a value level, anything that was done to the car would suffice.
Yes, Your Honor. No questions regarding the factual basis.
All right. Find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made for restitution purposes, and we're going to refer to probation. So the probation department, 54 probation department is one floor down and then all the way to the right. They'll either set up a meeting or they'll schedule a meeting. All right. And they'll do a report for me, and then we'll see what options are available to us in sentencing. Sentencing date of
August 5th at 1:30.
they will understand that there's a Killebrew agreement of no upfront jail, and the restitution amount in the matter will already be set. Anything else for the record in docket 2401-676, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris?
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Davis, we'll see you on August 5th at 1:30. Thank you.
Here, James, ready?
I believe we are ready on Miss Andrea Downs. who's
Andrea
here.
Downs, we're going right in order.
We sure are today.
All right. We're on the record in docket 22-03289. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Andrea Downs. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? This is out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Isel, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Miss Downs, who's standing to my right, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Andrea Downs, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination today. I'm sorry, for a final pretrial today. Have I said that before?
No, I think that's the first time.
Wow. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, the people's necessary witnesses have failed to appear. They were subpoenaed for today's date, and we have attempted to contact them via phone, but have not been successful in those attempts. We do expect a motion from the defense.
Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor, given the failure of the necessary witness to appear, we would be requesting a copy of the dismissal at this time. If one is granted, I would simply be asked a copy be provided to my client, Your Honor.
All right. So based on representations of the people and Mr. Harris, I'm in possession of the order of acquittal on docket 22-03289. This case, that means this case is dismissed without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. It's kind of a default. Based on the representations of counsel, defaults being issued, the complaining victim was subpoenaed, has not appeared today. And I have a no GPS. There are some pretrial conditions, including a no contact order. So make sure you have a copy that you carry with this. It'll take about 4 hours to purge from the computer system. All right. All right. Anything else for the record in 22-03289, Mrs. L?
Not for people.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Downs, you're all set. We can give you a copy right here. All right, Mrs. L, where are we headed next?
We can keep going down the list to
All
Ms. Fitzgerald.
Mrs. Cheryl. Right, so we're on the record in 25-01117. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Nicole Fitzgerald. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Isel, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Ms. Fitzgerald, who's standing to my right, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Nicole Fitzgerald, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, a final pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how we proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, the plea offer has been extended to defense through defense counsel. At this time, we are offering for Ms. Fitzgerald to plead to an added count 2 of malicious destruction of property less than $200 under MCL 750.377A1D, which is a 93-day misdemeanor and/or a $500 fine. We are agreeing to a kilibrew of no upfront jail and an agreement to pay the restitution. The restitution in this case is $1,000 to be paid to Mr. Michael Morris, and we do have a restitution form for you.
Okay.
That is a correct statement of the offer, Your Honor. I've spoken with my client and she indicates she would like to accept that offer at this time.
All right, let me see the pink sheet. There's a kilibrew agreement of no upfront jail. All right. Mr. Harris, may I inquire of your client of their misdemeanor advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So Ms. Fitzgerald, my understanding is this is an added count 2 of malicious destruction of property under $200 pursuant to 750.377A1D. That's a 93-day misdemeanor and or $500. There's an agreement between Mr. Harris and the people of the state of Michigan that you receive no upfront kilibrew of no further upfront jail. If I was going to do anything different, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that? All right. And then there's a pink sheet of $1,000 to Michael Morris concerning restitution. Is that all part of the agreement?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to put the pink sheet in there. So you understand, and count 1 is to be dismissed upon successful plea and sentence. Is that a fair statement, Mrs. Zell?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney James Harris. He would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to have the court order any witness to appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading to the MDOP under $200 misdemeanor instead. Is it still your wish to plead guilty to the MDOP under $200, the 93-day $500 misdemeanor in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're gonna raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna bring your attention back to November 10th, 2024 at South Cedar and East Kavanaugh in the city of Lansing. Were you present on November 10th, 2024 in the city of Lansing at Cedar and East Kavanaugh?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, was there a vehicle that belonged to Michael Anthony Morse?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Or he was taking care of the vehicle.
Yes.
All right. What did you do what did you do to the vehicle that makes you guilty of malicious destruction of property under $200?
I took a pole probably about this big and I smacked the side of his car with it.
All right. And that was an accident. You did so on purpose. All right. Anything towards a factual basis concerning the facts? I guess I already said that. Mrs. L.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made in regards to the plea. Will refer to probation, mostly for the restitution and for the Killebrew no upfront jail. If they're going to come back with a recommendation, so they're on the 5th floor all the way to the right. You can talk to them. They'll either set up an appointment or they'll see you right now. Okay, and then we'll see what sentencing options are available to us at
August 5th at 1:30.
August 5th. At 1:30. We'll revisit this for sentencing purposes on August 5th at 1:30. I've included the pink sheet. And they will have access to my notes indicating that this was a Killebrew agreement. Anything else for the record in 25-01117, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Fitzgerald, we'll see you on that August 5th date. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Who's next? Mrs.
Down to Stephen Newton.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00501. That's you, Mr. Harris.
Mine.
All right. 25-00501. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Stephen Newton. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L. I'm gonna mute Mr. Oh, that is Mr. Newton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Ellis, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Stephen Newton. He is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Stephen Newton, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how we proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, The people have extended a plea offer for the remaining count on this ticket. The plea offer would be to a civil infraction of breach of the peace. And I apologize, I couldn't find any of the MCL information for that.
It is, is that your understanding that Mr. Newton would be admitting responsibility to the breach of the peace civil infraction? I'm not,
Yeah, give me just one moment, Your Honor.
I think that's 150. Because it
Yes.
doesn't come after the
Yes.
motor vehicle code.
And I believe, Your Honor, that is pursuant to MCL 750.170.
And it's not an abstractable.
I do not believe so. Your
Yeah.
Honor.
It is not.
All right. Is that your understanding, Mr. Harris, that with a admission of responsibility to the breach of the peace civil infraction, the underlying misdemeanor will be dismissed?
That is correct, Your Honor, and I've spoken with my client regarding the offer. He has indicated he would like to accept that offer and would be requesting 60 days, at least 60 days to pay the $150 fine.
All right. And Mr. Harris, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of Mr. Newton.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so we're working from the same document. That is happened on February 12th, 2025. I don't know what that is.
Seems it may be some feedback or something from Mr. Newton's device.
February 12th, 2025, at the offense location of Kilbourne in the city of Lansing, do you admit responsibility for Mr. Newton being in breach of the peace on that date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Comes with a $150 fine. And you indicated that Mr. Newton needs a couple weeks to make that payment?
Yes, he has requested at least 60 days.
Okay. So we'll get a date 60 days out.
August 4th.
August 4th. All right, so Mr. Newton, as long as you pay by August 4th, the $150 payment, you can set up your own plan, but it all must be paid by August 4th. All right, sir?
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record? We'll dismiss the misdemeanor, which is count 3. I think that's count 3 of the tickets.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that's correct.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2500501, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris?
Not for the defense, Your Honor, though I did check the ticket. It seems to be count 2 on the ticket, not count
Is it
3.
count 2? Let's see.
Yes, I believe count 3 was
Yes.
the original docket log.
With that correction, count 2 of ticket. All right, so we've dismissed count 2 of ticket. You should be all set, Mr. News. Thank you for your appearance today. So
Final second.
we have Harris, Hunt, Reed, Scarlett, and Silva in that block.
Your Honor, I am prepared on Mr. Silva and Ms. Spearman.
All right, let's go on Ernesto Silva.
Yeah, I'm ready for everything else.
And then Spearman, we'll call those two, and then while we have you here, Mr. Harriman. All right, Mr. Harris. We're on the record in docket 2500828. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Ernesto Silva. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Ernesto Silva Jr. He is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are an Ernesto Silva Jr., is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, the people's necessary witnesses have failed to appear. They were subpoenaed for today's date, and we have tried to make phone contact. That phone contact has not been successful. Voicemails were left. At this time, we do expect a motion from the defense.
Mr. Harris.
That is correct, Your Honor. Given the failure to appear of the necessary witness on this case, we would be requesting a dismissal of the case at this time. If the court is going to grant that request, I would simply request a copy be provided to my client.
All right, so Mr. Silva, I'm in possession of the order of acquittal or nollie pros on docket 25-00828, based on the prosecutor's inability to proceed today based on the complaining victim who was subpoenaed and has failed to appear. I'll grant the motion made on your behalf by your attorney for dismissal without prejudice. This means that people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. I have a no contact order and some pretrial conditions. So you should get a copy of this to carry with you. It'd take about 4 hours to purge it from the system. Anything else for the record in docket 25-00828, Mrs. L.
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, Mr. Silva, you should get a copy of this and you're all set. Thank you so much. Then we'll go on to Ms. Spearman. And Mr. Ned, you said you had the other cases.
Additionally, Your Honor, after Ms. Spearman, I believe I am also ready on Terry Reed.
Okay. Mr. Reed. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00048. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Jalissa Spearman.
I seems Ms. Spearman went to the restroom.
All right, did you want to call?
We can call Mr. Reed if you would
Reed?
like.
Sure can.
All right. So let's call Terry Reed. Is present. All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 25-01104. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Terry Lynn Reed. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Ezell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Terry Reed. He is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Terry Reed, is that correct? Sir. Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, at this time, the people's necessary witnesses have failed to appear and we are unable to proceed today. The witnesses were subpoenaed for today's date and we have attempted to make phone contact with them. In that phone contact, they did indicate they weren't wishing to proceed at this time. So we do expect a motion from the defense.
All right, Mr. Harris.
That is correct, Your Honor. Given the necessary witnesses' failure to appear in these cases, we will be requesting the case be dismissed at this time. I would request that a copy of the dismissal form be provided to my client.
Thank you. All right, so I'm in possession of the order of acquittal or nollie pros on 25-01104, based on the representations of the people as the complaining victim was subpoenaed and has failed to appear today. We will grant the motion to dismiss without prejudice. Mr. Reed, this means that people could reissue if they choose to. It's a default, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. I see a no contact order along with other pretrial conditions. So you should probably keep a dismissal with you for the next 4 or 5 hours for sure. So this is all purged from the system. All right, sir. All right. Anything else for the record in 25-01104, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
I will sign the order of acquittal and you should keep a copy for your records, Mr. Reed. Okay. And that's all for the record in that file. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you. You want to have a seat? I'll get you a copy. And I believe Ms. Spearman is now back, Your Honor, so
All
we
right.
can handle that.
On Ms. Spearman. Right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00048. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Jalissa Mary Spearman. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Al.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Izal, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Ms. Jalissa Spearman. She is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Jalissa Spearman, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how we proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, the necessary witnesses in the people's case have failed to appear. They were subpoenaed for today's date. We have had successful contact with them as well. They indicated they do not want to move forward at this time. We do expect a motion from the defense.
Yes, Your Honor, given the failure of the necessary witnesses to appear today, we would be requesting the case be dismissed. I request a copy be provided to my client.
All right, so I'm in possession of an order of acquittal or nollie pros on docket 15-00048. Based on the prosecutor's inability to proceed, the complaining victim was subpoenaed and has failed to appear today. And there's been some contact with the complaining victim. Based on the defense's motion, I'm going to dismiss without prejudice. Oops. I don't think it's Stanley.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm missing the wrong button.
Let's get the right dismissal. Or you made Mr. Janowski happy.
Have a good day.
Right, so Ms. Spearman, this is based on your counsel's request. I'm going to dismiss without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to. But realistically, for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. I'm in possession of the order of acquittal on 25-00048. There is a no contact order along with some other pretrial conditions. So once I sign this, you should keep a copy of this for sure for the next 4 hours, because this will indicate that the case was dismissed. It takes that long to purge out everything from the computer system.
Oh,
So I've signed the order of acquittal. Anything else for the record in 25-00048, Ms. Azal?
For the people.
Mr. Harris?
Not for the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're all set, Ms. Spearman. You should keep a copy of this for your records.
okay.
Got it. Can't do.
All right, so which case are we calling next?
Nigel Scarlett.
Nigel Scarlett. Mrs. L, you ready to go on Nigel Scarlett?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, we're on the record in docket 25-01241. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Nigel Scarlett. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Izal, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Net.
George Zined, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Nigel Scarlett, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Nigel Alexander Scarlett, is that correct?
I am.
Thank you. This is time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, the people's necessary witnesses have failed to appear. They were subpoenaed for today's date, and we have been in contact with them about this date up to now. They did indicate they're not really wanting to move forward at this time, and they were unable to come today due to being out of state. We do expect a motion from the defense at this time.
Motion to dismiss, Your Honor, with a copy, please.
All right. I will at the based on the representations of the people of the state of Michigan, they're not able to proceed based on the complaining victim failed to appear today. They were subpoenaed. They indicated that they were out of state. I don't think it mattered. They were not on board. Sounds like.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm in possession of, at the request of defense, an order of dismissal. Right. So I will sign the dismissal without prejudice. Mr. Scarlett, what this means is the people could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. I have a GPS device. You can probably go back to so you don't have one on?
That was taken off.
Was taken off? Okay. So I would keep the dismissal with you. It's just till it's completely purged from the computer system, all right? Anything else for the record in docket 25-01241? We'll provide a copy of the dismissal, Mrs. Zell.
Not for the people.
Mr. Net.
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right. You get a copy from my court officer, you should be all set.
Are we still on?
So I got the phone.
So, Mr. Johnson, we'll call your case as soon as we call some of the 9 o'clocks. And then Ms. Myers is here. There's another ticket out there that she needs to be arraigned on. So we'll make sure she's arraigned on that. So what 9 o'clocks are ready?
Anna Marie.
Anna Marie.
And I am ready, Your Honor, on Mr. Ball, Mr. House, Mr. McLean, and Mr. Woody.
We have no here.
All right. All right, let's go on Anna Marie and then we can. So Mrs. L, are you ready on Miss Marie?
I am, Your Honor.
And then we can go ahead and go on the, because I think the Marie cases are all unlicensed dog tickets. All right, so Miss Marie, we'll call your case and then we'll call Mr. Harry's cases. So we're on the record in docket 25-01279. 25-01280 and 25-01281. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Anna M. Marie. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Aned.
George Anand, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Anna Marie, who was present via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Anna Marie, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how we proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, the people have been supplied with 3 valid dog licenses and 3 valid vaccination records. We would ask that these tickets be dismissed for compliance.
No objection.
All right, thank you. All right, so on docket 25-01279, the ticket is dismissed for compliance measures. And those are all on tickets, right?
I believe they are.
I think that's the same ticket. Yep, okay. So 25-01279 is dismissed. 25-01280 is dismissed without prejudice for compliance measures based on the representations of counsel. And so 25-01280 is also dismissed. And then on 25-01281, that ticket is, or that file is dismissed without prejudice based on compliance measures. So Ms. Murray, you should be all set. All 3 files have been dismissed based on compliance. Anything else for the record in 7980 or 81? Mrs. L.
Not for the people.
Mr. Annette.
Yeah,
You're all set, Ms. Murray. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
just to let you know who I'm also ready on. Jason Armstrong, Brianna Stepp, and Michael Mountain.
All right, so we'll come back. Let's do Mr. Harry's cases, and then we'll go on Mr. Armstrong.
And then, Your Honor, may I just have just a minute?
Sure.
I just have a witness in the hallway that I want to excuse.
And then Mr. Harry says, we call your case, we can indicate whether we have the appearance or not.
Your Honor.
But we can just verbally put that on the record. And sometimes they're filed in the computer, as you know, sometimes
Yes.
they're filed and the computer doesn't read them, but.
I have a lot of experience with this
Yeah,
particular
so-
issue.
We have, Mr. Myers,
I just handed Wendy that file. I have Mr. Johnson's representing him.
right, he's on Zoom. So what's the arraignment?
The arraignment is a FTA for disturbing the peace.
Okay.
No. If they fail to pay, it's for sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can
It was
read.
something about not appearing for agreement.
On the show file.
So
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it's up there. All right, so we don't have to arraign around this. This-
Still have to rush.
This and that.
Okay,
Yeah.
It's not a ring.
Whatever they got going on.
Genuine excuse.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00289 and 24-01055. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Miguel Perez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Zell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Doyle.
May it please the court, Dan Doyle appearing on behalf of Mr. Perez, and Mr. Perez is appearing from the Ingham County Jail.
And sir, you are Miguel Perez, is that correct? Oh, you're gonna have to, I don't know if you're muted or.
Can't hear him. He's not muted.
Okay. Can you say your name? I can't hear him.
That's on there for, I don't know why.
I think it's working.
No, that was a different one.
You'd also light up. And I don't see anything. So, Mr. Perez, this is nothing you're doing. I don't think we can hear you.
Did you hear him when you were in a breakout room? No. I think it's on the jail then.
Yeah, I think it's on the jail. But Mr. Perez, you can hear us. You can hear us. Is that correct? All right. All right. So with that, he can hear us. We just can't hear him. He gets the better of the deal, I think. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, at this time, we are asking for this to be set for a final pretrial
Okay.
of both cases, please.
So is that a fair statement, Mr. Doyle?
It is, Your Honor, and I have discussed that with Mr. Perez.
All right. So we'll set both of these for final pretrial. Concerning the matter, I believe these are, so you'll be subpoenaing somebody on this DV case.
Yes.
All right. We'll set for final pretrial on
June 17th at 8:30.
June 17th. Does that work with your schedule, Mr. Doyle?
Yes, Your Honor.
June 17th at 8:30. All right, so Mr. Perez, oh, we lost Mr. Perez. Are you there, sir? All right, so Mr. Perez, we've set this for final pretrial on June 17th at 8:30, and Mr. Doyle, your attorney, will be in contact with you. All right, sir? All right. Anything else for the record in 24-00289 for 24-01055? Mrs. Zell,
Not for the people.
Mr. Doyle,
Oh, yeah, thank
you
you.
should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today. It'll let them know that we can't hear that. Right. Mr. Salas, is that you in the dark?
Yes, sir.
All right. I can kind of see you. All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-00135. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Daniel Salas. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Ms. Azal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Lezell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Daniel Trevino Salas.
And sir, you are Daniel Trevino Salas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Trevino Salas?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, a plea offer has been extended to defense and defense counsel. At this time, we are offering for Mr. Salas to plead to an added count 2 of retail fraud in the 3rd degree under MCL 750.356D4, which is a 93-day misdemeanor and or a $500 fine. We are also at this time agreeing to a killabrew of time served. Upon successful plea, we would dismiss count 1, which is the retail fraud 2nd degree.
And that's our retail fraud in the 3rd degree.
It is.
All right. And is the time served date going to be for today's date, or are we going to set this for sentencing?
That is a great question. There is no restitution in this matter, so I think we could just go ahead for today.
How many days does he have in? Do we know?
He's got about 16 on this current time. He was arraigned on May 19th, and he has been in since then. He had a cash surety bond on this file.
They would appear in 3 days.
All right. Because he's got a fail to appear, and then a fail to appear on February 4th, fail to appear on February 18th. So, and then his pretrial was set for May 19th. I don't know if they PR bonded him after 3 days.
And this, they wouldn't have held them.
Even with the fail to appears?
I was told he needed 25 to bond out, $25 to bond out. But the point is, he's homeless. He has
Okay, right.
he has no contact
I have
information.
homeless, and I have May 19th. He was arraigned again on this file after the fail to appear. I was just thinking, because he had a 750 PR bond, and then on May 19th it was 100 cash surety. So he has 3, and they gave him, according to jail policy, they PR on a retail fraud after 3 days. So it'd be 3 days as of May 22nd. I don't have a problem with immediate sentencing on the file.
Okay.
So if there's no restitution. All right, and Mr. Salas, is that your understanding? You'll be pleading guilty to the amended count of retail fraud in the 3rd degree, with an understanding that count 1 is to be dismissed. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, I'm gonna read you through your advice of rights concerning this plea to retail fraud in the third degree, which is a 93-day misdemeanor and or $500. That's the ultimate penalty. There's an agreement that that you get time served, an agreement between the defense attorney and the prosecutor. If I was going to do anything different, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question the witnesses that are brought against you. You're represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. We'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial, since you'll be pleading guilty to the lesser misdemeanor of retail fraud in the third degree. Is it your wish to plead guilty to the retail fraud in the third degree?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. I think I can see it if you raise it. Yes, I can. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to bring your attention, sir, back to April 20th, 2022 at the offense location. I think this is the South Pennsylvania Meyer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 6200 South Pennsylvania in the city of Lansing. Were you at the Meyer store on that date?
Yes, sir.
And was that store open to the general public at the time?
Yes, sir.
And did you take something without paying for it from the Meyer that was open to the general public?
Yes, sir.
And what did you take, sir?
It's been a while, but I took like some clothing and stuff like that.
All right, clothing, and that wasn't an accident. You took it because you did not intend to pay for it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mrs. L?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made, and then allocution on immediate sentencing, Mrs. L.
Your Honor, at this time, the amount that was taken from Meyer was in that $100 range. Everything was recovered by Meyer, and Mr. Salas has been upfront and honest about his actions. At this time, we would leave just sentencing to the discretion of the court. We are in agreement to that Killebrew for time served.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would agree with the prosecutor. Mr. Salas has taken responsibility today, been open and honest with the court. He has been struggling with homelessness, which is why it's been difficult for him to keep track of his court dates. I have advised him to counsel with the jail staff there and make sure he's documentation for anything else he has pending. He has another retail fraud pending in the 55th. So we asked the court to honor the Killebrew agreement for time served and take Mr. Salas's indigency into consideration in sentencing.
All right, Mr. Salas, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court proposed the sentence?
No, sir.
All right. I'm going to follow the Killebrew agreement of 3 days time served. That's the amount. I'm confident that's the amount that at least that amount has been addressed by the Killebrew agreement. I'm going to waive any fines and costs. I will make Mr. Salazar responsible for the crime victims' rights fee and the state fee at $75 and $50 for a grand total of $125 to the city of Lansing. And Mr. Lee, Mr. Salazar would need some time to make that $125 payment, I would imagine.
Yes, sir. I'm not quite certain as to what will happen with the other
Right.
dates. And yeah, so
Let's put it out 90 days. All right. All right. So Mr. Salazar, we're going to give you a date of 90 days to make the $125 payment to the city of Lansing.
September 2nd.
Okay,
And it'll be $125 by September 2nd. So as long as you pay something before September 2nd, as long as it's all paid by 125, that'll keep you outside of the show cause cycle, as you're aware of. That's what you want to stay out of. But you should be all set on this file, 23-00135. That'll be $125 to the city of Lansing. This is an abstractable offense, so this will appear on your CCH as a retail fraud 3rd degree. Anything else for the record? 23-00135, Mrs. L.
Not for the people.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further. Thank
All
you.
right, Mr. Salas, you should be all set on this file. Thank you for your appearance today.
okay, thank you.
Did you want to go on Armstrong?
Yes.
I'll just go back to the order.
Everything's fine. Jeez.
All right. All right, Mr. Armstrong, Jason Armstrong, you can unmute. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-01458. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Jason Armstrong. Appearances for the record, Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Ned.
George Annette, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of Jason Armstrong, who is appearing via Zoom.
And sir, you are Jason Armstrong, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Armstrong?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we're going to be asking for this to be set for a final pretrial.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Ned?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We'll set for final pretrial on
June 17th at 8:30.
June 17th at 8:30. All right, we've set it for June 17th at 8:30 for final pretrial. That'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. So Zoom would be inappropriate for the final pretrial. Anything else for the record in 25-01458, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Ned.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Armstrong, we're all set. We'll see you live in person on June 17th at 8:30.
8:30 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Who's next?
And I
Baugh, House, McLean, and Woody.
Yes, if I believe we are ready on those, if you want to call those in order.
All right, so Baugh.
Oh, what was that?
Is Mr. Baugh here?
No, Your Honor, I have tried contacting him
Right.
twice. The number we have on file.
So let's leave him till the end and then we can, how about House?
House is over Zoom, Your Honor. I am ready to go on that.
All right, Tonka House. Yeah, we'll leave the fail to appears at the end.
Sounds great.
All right, so Ms. House or Tonka House, you may unmute.
I believe it's Mr. House.
Mr. House.
I have no appearance.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-01201. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Tonka House. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harries appearing today on behalf of Mr. Tonka House, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor. I understand the court may not have our appearance or does not
Correct.
have our appearance.
So we indicate verbally on the record that that the computer doesn't have the appearance on the record. And sir, you are Tonka House?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. House?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, the typical offer for the dog license case has been extended with a valid dog license provided to us. We will be dismissing that case. We have been asked to give some time for that license to be obtained, so we will be asking for a second pretrial.
That is correct, Your Honor. When I spoke with Mr. House last week, he indicated that he currently is planning to participate in a dog vaccination and licensing clinic that the Ingham County Animal Control is having tomorrow, the Ingham County Fairgrounds. We would be requesting either a few weeks or 30 days, whatever works with the calendar for the court schedule, to allow my client to participate in that. He has indicated that once he goes there and gets the licensing and / or vaccination information for the dog, he will forward that to me. And then we should hopefully be able to resolve this at the next or before the next court date.
All right, so we'll adjourn for compliance measures to get the necessary requirements, and then I know then he's got to submit it for the licensing matter. So we'll probably go whatever 30 days out, but whatever's in whatever.
24th at 9.
Okay, June 24th at 9 o'clock for compliance measures. So we've reset this for June 24th at 9 o'clock. Give you the opportunity to take whatever dog measures are available to you. Anything else for the record in 25-01201, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris?
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. House, you should be all set. We'll reconvene, and you can do that via Zoom on June 24th at 9 o'clock. All right, sir?
Thank you.
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Want to go on McLean?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So, Mr. McLean, you can unmute. Christopher McLean. You have to unmute your phone. I think Mr. McLean's having some trouble unmuting his phone. Did you want to go on Mr. Woody?
Certainly, Your Honor.
I don't see Mr. Woody here anymore. So Mr. McLean is on mute. I don't see Mr. Woody.
Yes, Your Honor. My understanding is he was in Ingham County Jail last week. My understanding from your court staff and from an email, my understanding from my office and then from an email I sent to your court staff is that I believe is that he either on late Thursday or early Friday, he was transferred to MVOC custody.
All right.
And given the turnaround that is usually required for writs, there was not enough time for a writ to be done. I would either be requesting a reset of the final pretrial or a reset of the pretrial or a final pretrial.
All right. So you got McLean and Woody are Bob McLean, Woody.
And then I am additionally
Are
also.
you on Brianna's step?
I believe that is Mr. Need. I am on Miss Navia Davis and Adam McCauley, and I'm ready on both.
Okay. Let's go on Davis and McCauley, and then we'll toast step. And then and Mr. Johnson, you let us know on Miss Myers. You'll have to unmute. All right, so let's go on step, or let's go on Davis, Navia Davis. All right. So Miss Davis, you'll have to unmute. All right. So we're on the record in docket 25-01512. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Navia Davis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris appearing on behalf of Navia Davis. I'm not sure if the court has my appearance on this case either, but I will be appearing
All right.
on the record
All
for
right.
her. She is appearing via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Navia Davis?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can hear me all right, Ms. Davis?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on the matter. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we're going to be asking for this to be set for a final pretrial.
And that's a fair statement, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor, that is a fair statement. We will be requesting this case be set for a final pretrial.
Okay, we'll set for final pretrial on
June 17th at
June 17th at 8:30. That'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. So Ms. Davis, Zoom is not appropriate for the next final pretrial. It'll be set for June 17th at 8:30. That would be West 24 West Michigan Avenue, 6th floor of City Hall. Anything else for the record in 25-01512, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Your Honor, originally when I spoke with my client, she did indicate she would like to at least make a request for appearing via Zoom for the final pretrial. My understanding is, I don't know if it's a case here, but there is a felony case where she is a necessary witness or where she is a alleged victim, where I think there may or may not have been some allegations of the defendant in that case, either attempting to contact her or attempting to follow her, which has led her to be a bit worried about going out. Unfortunately, I don't know much about that case.
All right.
I don't have
So
any
is
facts to substantiate these
Is
claims.
she a witness in another case on June 17th?
No, I don't believe so. She is, I believe the two cases are completely separate.
All right, Mrs. L, any objection to Ms. Davis attending, I'm assuming, the final pretrial via Zoom?
No, Your Honor, we would just ask if that's if that's going to be granted, that the people have the same permissions for their necessary witnesses on that date.
For the final pretrial?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Davis, you're indicating that you're not available to come in person on June 17th at 8:30?
Your Honor, I definitely can. I'm just in a position where I was supposed to move the 24th, but because of this situation, and just in case I was to be required to show in person, I end up staying. I'm kind of sitting duck here. I have 2 children. I am currently pregnant. I can't work right now because I don't have any assistance with childcare. So
would attending via Zoom be easier for you? We'd let all the witnesses appear via Zoom.
Yes, that would be way more convenient for me, so I will be able to leave.
I'm going to say attendance by Zoom is appropriate, and I'm going to make that for all the witnesses. So, Mrs. L, you can indicate your witnesses can attend via Zoom for that final pretrial. And so, Ms. Davis, Zoom is appropriate for that final pretrial. All right, ma'am?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anything else for the record in 25-01512, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris?
Not for the defense, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. You're all set, Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a nice day.
Thank you. You too. And then we have, try Johnson again. Mr. Johnson, are you there? Mr. McLean, are you there? Want to try Mr. McCauley? We'll go to Mr. Ned.
Yes, that should work.
All right. So I'm just filling time now. So Mr. McCauley, are you ready? You can unmute. All right. And we'll go on that case. So you can hear me all right. So we're on the record in docket 25-01256. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Adam McCauley. Appearances for the record, Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. McCauley. I'm unsure if the court has my appearance as an appearance from my office on this case, but I am formally appearing on the record on behalf of Mr. McCauley. He is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
All right. And do we have an appearance? So we don't have an appearance on that one, but and then Sir, you are Adam McCauley, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. McCauley?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is a time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, this case is a dog license, dog vaccination case. We have extended the offer of dismissing with proof of a valid license and vaccination. At this time, we are asking for a second pretrial to give Mr. McCauley the time to get that valid license and vaccination.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor, just for clarity of the record, the compliance here may be slightly different than getting the license and vaccination. My understanding from speaking with Mr. McCauley was a few days after this ticket was issued, he was picked up and incarcerated in Clinton County on unrelated matters for about 30 days. When he got out, I believe he was advised that animal control came by for a welfare check on his dog, I think on May 5th, and the people he was living with told animal control that the animal was a stray, not his dog. And as a result of that and concerns animal control had about the dog being agitated and a bit, like not aggressive, but a bit more than regular, likely considering the disappearance of its owner without any reason, animal control ended up taking in the dog. And as far as my client is aware, the dog was euthanized by animal control. He is currently in the process of trying to get some documentation to that effect.
All right. So we'll adjourn this pretrial for documentation concerning whether he's still in control of the dog. But so you can tell us if we still need it. If you get that documentation and you're satisfied, that satisfies with the court. I just don't know, nor do you know. So
I'll do my due diligence and check.
yeah, I mean that, and I don't know what type of documentation, but let's adjourn for 30 days to
June 24th at 9.
so we'll set for June 24th at 9 o'clock for the additional pretrial. And then Mrs. L, you can let us know if we need it or if we should actually meet up. So we're set for June 24th at 9 o'clock, Mr. McCauley, for your adjourned pretrial for compliance measures. Anything else for the record in 25-01-256, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris?
Not for defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. McCauley, you should be all set until that. We'll see you on that June 24th date.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ned, let's go on Ms. Stepp, and then we'll call Mr. Johnson's case next, and that's Ms. Myers. And then we have another smaller matter just that will rein you on, so there's not an outstanding warrant for you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-01473. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Brianna Stepp. Will the parties please indicate their appearances for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Izell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Ned.
George Ned, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Brianna Stepp, who's appearing via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Brianna Stepp, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And you can hear me all right, Ms. Stepp?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding we're going to be asking for this to be set for a final pretrial.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Ned?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll set for final pretrial on.
June 17th at 8:30.
We'll set it for final pretrial on June 17th at 8:30. That'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. Anything else for the record in 25-01473, Ms. Azell?
Not for the people.
Mr. Ned?
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Stepp, we'll see you on that June 17th date at 8:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Michael Mountain, he's still,
Still, I've got his file, but he's not on.
okay. He had a parole, last week, but I came out with him last week. I don't know.
Well, let's do Mr. Johnson's and then we'll call.
Okay.
So, Mr. Johnson, you ready to call your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Myers, you can come up here. We'll call your pretrial and then I have a fail to appear that we're gonna clean up, so.
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 25-01492. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Jamia Myers. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, man. Please, this honorable court, Kareem Johnson, appearing on behalf of Mrs. Myers, P number 71988.
And ma'am, you are Jamia Myers?
Jemiah Myers.
Jemiah Myers, thank
Yes.
you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'm gonna have to defer to Mr. Johnson on this.
Mr. Johnson, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're asking that this matter be set for final pretrial. I did receive, via discovery, 27 videos regarding this matter. I have been unable to open any of those videos. So I don't know if I'm going to have to take a flash drive to the Ingham County Prosecutor's Office. I don't know, maybe it's I don't have the appropriate player. This
Right.
rarely happens. So we'd ask this matter be set for final pretrial, yeah.
Right, all right. Let's set it a little ways out for discovery purposes. So not the next trial date, but so I think we're using the 24th, and we'll use it. We'll set it after that, and then we'll make sure that that date works with your schedule, Mr. Johnson.
So is that the 24th?
No, because we've already got one on the 24th.
Not final pretrial.
Oh, is this set for final pretrial? Let's set it for the. Does the 24th work for your schedule, sir?
Yeah, I'll be in Sheboygan on that day, so I
All
will
right,
not
so
be able to
let's-
appear in person.
How about
July 1st.
July 1st?
July 1st should work, yeah.
All right, we'll set for final pretrial on July 1st at 8:30. All right, so we've set this for final pretrial on July 1st at 8:30. We'll let the parties work out the discovery issues concerning this matter. Anything else for the record on this file, 25-01492, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Johnson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Myers, we'll see you on July 1st at 8:30 for the final pretrial. And then I have a ticket we're gonna rein you on, and we'll clear that up. So this is on docket 23-03234, and this was on a outstanding balance. There's a show cause, a warrant issued. So let's quash the warrant since you're here. We're gonna quash the warrant. And this is for a balance of $390, and then we'll just refer it to collections, okay?
Okay.
So we'll refer to collections. So you might want to stop in the next couple days, because I don't know if they'll have this file. Stop by the 54A City of Lansing Collections Department, set up whatever plan they have concerning this, all right? But I've quashed the warrant, the arrest warrant. And that should be all on 23-03234. You should be all set, Ms. Myers.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're all, Mr. Johnson, we should be all set on both of those files.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Now you want to call some of these. I'll leave that. You want to go Bob, we'll go Bob, McLean, and then Mountain.
The claim, I believe we already handled, Your Honor, he was here.
Yes.
So I believe the failures to appear, as far as I'm aware, should be Mr.
We
Ball.
didn't-
Yeah, he never came off.
That's correct.
He never came off the phone, and he's still on mute.
If you'd like, I can attempt to give him a phone call to explain.
But
how
let's
to
do the rest of the cases, and then
Get that handled.
well, we can. That's a dog case. We could always.
Yeah, so that was simply going to be a request to adjourn, Your Honor.
Oh, it's Mr. McLean's here. Okay. All right. All right. So, Mr. McLean, you can hear me all right?
Yeah, sorry, it was on mute. I didn't know how to take it off. I totally
All right.
apologize, sir.
No worries. No worries. All right, so we're on the record in 25-01198. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Christopher McLean. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. McLean. I believe the court indicated they do not have the appearance from that my office sent in. So I am appearing formally on the record for Mr. McLean, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And then, sir, you are Christopher McLean, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. McLean?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we have extended the offer of dismissal upon compliance for the license and vaccination records. At this time, it's been brought to our attention that Mr. McLean needs a few more days, a little bit more time to get those records and vaccinations. So we will be asking for a second pretrial.
That is correct, Your Honor. Similar to the other case I handled this morning, Mr. McLean has indicated he is going to be participating in the dog vaccine clinic handled by Animal Control tomorrow. Once he gets the vaccination records and or license at the event tomorrow, he will be forwarding those to me. And I believe we will be able to achieve compliance before the next court date. So I will be requesting.
When did we set the other one for? Okay. So we'll set for.
May I talk to
second
May I
pretrial.
talk to my attorney?
Mr. I can speak with you in just a moment,
Yeah.
Mr. McLean.
We're going to set it for second pretrial, so we're to adjourn the matter. But you can always talk to Mr. Harris. I can place you in a breakout room with him. All right.
Okay, sorry.
So we'll set for second pretrial for
June 24th at 9.
June 24th at 9 o'clock. All right, set for second pretrial. You can attend via Zoom on June 24th at 9 o'clock. And once Mr. Harris is done, I'll put him in a breakout room with you. Okay, sir?
Yes, you stated that I'm going to attend the dog thing tomorrow.
I don't know if you are or you're not, but there is a free licensing or a free vaccination clinic tomorrow for dogs. I don't know if you're going or not.
Yes, Your Honor, I did just recall from my notes on this case, Mr. McLean did indicate that he was considering that one, but may also be financially difficult because of issues. I do note there's another one being done. I believe it's July 9th. If I give me just a moment to check my email. I have it here.
Yeah, the attorney stated August, Your Honor.
Yes, there's one in June, one in July, one in August, and one in September.
Do whatever you can to get compliance. We're setting it for 30 days out at this time. All right, sir?
So Mr. McLean, if you haven't been able to achieve compliance by then we can talk about what we will do and how we will handle it outside of court in the event that you're not able to get compliance by the June 24th date, all right?
Okay, thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Totally fine. Yeah, okay, thank you.
So you're all set, Mr. McLean.
Okay.
And then we have Baugh and Woody.
Yes, Mr. Baugh, I believe, is a failure to appear.
Okay.
Mr. Woody is in NDOC custody, and
So let's call the Baugh case and then the Woody case.
I still have a mountain case.
Yeah, and then we have after that. That's the last case at 10.
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 2402-829. It's people of the state of Michigan versus Jonathan Baugh. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Bell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Baugh. If the court does not have my appearance, I am formally appearing on the record for him. I do not believe he is here either in person or via Zoom, Your Honor. I've tried contacting him via phone, and unfortunately the number that was provided is not accepting calls at this time, so I've been unable to make contact, Your Honor.
All right. This was set for 9 o'clock. It is now 10:50. It would appear that Mr. Baugh failed to appear for pretrial, based on representation to counsel. I do not see Mr. Ba in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. No, nobody's answering that name in the hallway. I have a previous fail to appear, but that was sent to him, so that I don't count that. But I don't have any fail to appear as to actual appearance dates. Ms. Azell, how do you want to proceed?
Your Honor, since this is a non-violent case, at this time, we would ask for a 48-hour hold on a bench warrant.
All right, I'll issue a bench warrant with a 48-hour hold for the non-appearance of Mr. Ba. Anything else for the record in 2402-829, Mrs. Zell?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Right, thank you. And then let's go on. Mr. Woody he needs to be read out, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and put that on the record. So we're on the record in 25-01443. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Stephen Woody. Appearances for the record, Mrs. Zell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Woody, who is, if the court does not have my appearance, I'm formally appearing on the record for him. Unfortunately, he does not seem to be here. My understanding is until late last week, either late Thursday or early Friday, he was in Ingham County Jail custody and then was transferred to MDOC custody. My understanding is that there was very likely not enough time for a writ to be done, so I would be requesting that the court reset this case for a pretrial to allow for a writ.
Where do we have him?
I believe it's the Charles Egler Reception and Guidance Center.
He's at reception, okay.
At least
You know better than I, because he's under quarantine at reception.
Yep, 2 weeks.
Yeah,
We're
okay.
gonna do it by Polly.
All right. So let's adjourn this pretrial and we can writ if needed. If not, we can do it by Polly from that because he's at reception. Engler. Is that DOC's Engler, right? Okay.
Excuse me, yes.
And we'll set for June 17th
At 9:30.
at 9:30. So he should be on Polycom, I would assume, but we'll let you know but that's it's set for June 17th at 9:30. Anything else for the record in 25-01443, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you. And then we have Mr. Mountain. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-01505. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Michael Mountain. Parties, please indicate their appearance to the record. Mrs. L.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Ned.
George Annette, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Michael Mountain, who is not present today.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial. It was scheduled for 10. It is now 10:54. I do not see a Mr. Mountain in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. Nobody answers by that name in the hallway. Based on the representations of counsel, it would appear the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. I don't have any prior failed to appears on this retail fraud. Mrs. L, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, based on this being a nonviolent charge, we would ask for a 48-hour hold on a bench warrant.
I'll issue he had a 300 cash surety out of arraignment. I'll issue a bench warrant, bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. So I don't know what cash surety's on a 300, or if he was making $10 or $30 or he just paid the 300, but he is out. So we'll issue a bench warrant, bond forfeiture with that 48-hour hold. Anything else for the record? 25-01505, Mrs. L.
not for the people.
Mr. Net.
Yeah, I would, if I do locate him, would he be able to watch the bench work? Because last I heard, he had a parole hold and he was to be in there for a while, so I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, if
I reach out
if
to
he
the court-
if he's someplace else, we'll cancel this warrant.
Okay, so you guys will look into that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Okay,
Just let us know. Let us know because if we can find out, but we'll need to know where he is
right,
because we have to rid him out.
okay, understood.
That's not unlikely that he is in another correctional institution. So what do we got next?
That's it.
Yeah, Your Honor, I believe that's the end of the cases. Yesterday, I sent an email, I believe, to your court staff and the prosecutor regarding a case set for next week.
Yes,
Hold on, no one go nowhere yet.
On the cell phone, would you please identify yourself? I think we're done for the morning. What's your name?
This is Chris McLean. I don't understand what just happened.
Mr. McLean, why don't I put you in a breakout room with your attorney and he can explain
Okay.
what happened, okay?
Okay, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so that'd probably be the easiest solution. So Mr. McLean, I'm gonna put you in room 1, and once your attorney joins, we'll also put him in room 1.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hello? So move. Your little mama. I'm looking like that.